Good afternoon, everybody, here on the live stream. I am Jacob Rodriguez here on the play-by-play duties for this PGCBL division matchup between the Geneva Redwings and the visiting Batavia Muckdogs. Muckdogs sit at 7-2 on the season. They're on a 5-game win streak, and the Redwings sit at 1-7 with a 4-game losing streak. Their lone win came here at home against the Newark Pilots some time ago. Tyler Arno will be the starting pitcher today for the Red Wings. His third start here at home on the season. So far, he's been very serviceable, I would say. He's pitched 10 2/3 innings, given up only 5 earned runs in that amount of time. So averaging about 2.5 runs allowed a start. ERA would tell a different story as calculated per 9 innings. We are nearly underway here at McDonough Park. So here is Glenn Brooks leading off and playing center field for Batavia. So Arno is ready. Brooks is ready. The pitch is low for ball 1. Two and 0 the count to Brooks. This one skied down the right field line, out of play. Let's take a quick look at the defensive alignment for Geneva. Third to first, it goes Bermudez, Gonzalo, Gamble, and Hausman. Bear with me here, folks. As that pitch just misses inside, count 3-1. And left to right in the outfield is Briggs, McGough, and company. The catcher today for the Red Wings is Caden Coots. And again, the pitcher, Tyler Arno. This one is lined into the gap in right center field, and it one-hops up against the wall. Company's fire into first is not in time, so a lead-off double for the Muckdog center fielder, Glenn Brooks. So here's Inman with an RBI opportunity early in the contest. Inman batting .556 with a .667 slugging percentage and a .692 on base. Unreal stats through his first 3 games started on the season. Just 9 at-bats. He's got 4 RBIs in 9 at-bats, excuse me. 2 walks, 2 hit by pitches, just 1 strikeout. Two and 0 the count to Inman. There's a strike from Arno. Arno has had great command in the early going. This his third start of the season, and as many at home. Brock off a second. He takes off for third, and the ball scoots away from the catcher, Caden Coots. Couldn't hold on to it. A stolen base for Brooks. Infield drawn in for the Red Wings. And this one is looped into shallow center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Brooks will score an RBI single for Inman, and Batavia on the board early, 1-0. So here is Evan Brock, the third baseman today for the Muckdogs, as Arno goes to the front door breaking ball, misses upstairs, 1-0 on Brock. Brock's season stats so far extremely impressive. 8 games played, eight starts, 25 at-bats. He's got 12 hits, 2 doubles, 12 RBIs, good for the team lead, 16 total bases. He is second on the team in total bases, only behind Glenn Brooks, who has 24. Evan Brock, a .588 on-base percentage this season. Fouled away and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner takes off from first. Coots cannot handle the ball yet again. So another stolen base for the Muckdogs. This one credited to Jackson Inman. Julie in the chat, we will take that into consideration and have that good for you. And Gonzalo goes to third, and nice play. Flipped it to Bermudez and got the lead runner. So 1 out. Brock will reach on the fielder's choice. That brings up their cleanup hitter, Joey Socorro. Wave and a miss. Arno went to the heater. Socorro late on it. Quickly down 0-2. Socorro batting .294, .471 slugging, and a .500 on-base percentage. as Arno misses upstairs with the fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Socorro. Front door breaking ball dribbled. This could be 2, 6, 4, 3. Not in time at first, but they get the lead runner again. Good attempt there by Gamble and a nice turn to second by Gonzalo. So 2 outs, a man on first. Here is Cooper Romick. Arno just narrowly missing so far in his first inning of work. Expect things to straighten out for him as the start goes on. Two and 0. Romick batting .438 in 7 games played, 5 starts, 16 at bats. Came around to score 5 times. And his OPS is one of the many that has an OPS over 1 dot on this Muckdogs lineup. Very dangerous offensive team. They are year in and year out here in the PGCBL. Strike on the pitch from Arno as Coots checked the runner at first. Socorro a big lead off of first. Just missed outside. 3 and 1 on the 5-hole hitter. This one popped up. Shallow right center field. Company is under it to end the inning, but the Muckdogs able to scratch one across on a Jackson Inman single, and it is 1-0. Muckdogs with the Redwings due up in the bottom of the first. Back here at McDonough Park. Here's the defensive alignment for the Muckdogs here on this fine afternoon in Geneva, New York. The starter not listed, but he is the tall, lanky lefty Walter Garris, sporting number 77. Don't see a lot of pitchers with that high of numbers. Limited season stats so far this season. J.C. Gamble, the leadoff man, awaits. Leading off for the Geneva Redwings, number 29, J.C. Gamble. Gamble leading off. Noah Company batting second. Connor McGough getting a start, playing center field, batting third. Batting cleanup, Andrew Hossman. 5-hole, C.J. Orrego, as Gamble sends this one deep into right center field. Giving chase but can't get there is Brooks, and it's off his glove. Gamble pulls up into second, and I'm going to give that one an error, most likely. I'll see how our scorer scores it, but he went off the glove. Usually he scored an error. So here is Noah Company getting his first ups of the day with a man in scoring position. Gamble does have speed, and he takes off for third. The throw down into the hands of the shortstop and off the glove of third baseman Evan Brock. Monell there to clean it up. So a stolen base for J.C. Gamble, getting things going early, causing havoc for the Muckdogs, drawing the infield corners in. Quintero at first and Brock at third drawn in. And hit right on the head was Company, but he pops right up, seemingly unfazed by that. So now men on the corners, nobody out for Connor McGough. So here is Connor McGough. Runner takes off from first, and in there standing up at second. 2 men in scoring position, nobody out for McGough. 2 stolen bases already for the Red Wings. According to my stats, this is Connor McGough's first game as a Geneva Red Wing. Missed outside, 3-0 the count on Connor McGough. Walter Garrett again, the pitcher for the Muckdogs. And he missed, so 4-pitch walk to McGough to load the bases for the cleanup man, Andrew Hossman. Walter Garrett right now, his ERA on the season sits at over 23. He's just pitched 2 1/3 innings, allowed 4 hits, 6 earned runs, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. So the early season stats tell us that he struggles with command. McGough on first, Company on second, and Gamble off of third. First pitch strike from Garrett. Tried to go with a backdoor slider. Didn't have enough break to get back to the edge of the plate. Count even at 1-1. Hossman takes a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Red Wings cleanup man. Hossman just 1 hit in 11 at-bats so far. Looking to break through in a big way. Garrett's 1-2. Wave and a miss. Swung over the changeup. 1 away. Orrego here with an RBI opportunity. Bases loaded, 1 out. Fouls a pitch into the home bullpen. First pitch swinging. Late on the fastball. Fouled it away, now to play. Count even at 2-2. Orrego, 4 hits and just 7 at-bats. He's got 4 total bases. 2 strikeouts to 3 walks. 700 on base. Just 1 RBI on the season. Looking to cash in here. And that one misses outside. I think he thought it was ball 4, but maybe not. Count full nonetheless. There's nowhere to put Orrego for Garrett. Lefty's got to come right at him. Looking for a ground ball. Garrett kicks and fires. Gets the ground ball. Third baseman comes home, and a great stab there to dig that one out by Socorro and get the lead runner. Cuts down Gamble at the plate. 2 away in the inning, and the bases stayed loaded. And a near disastrous play there for the Muckdogs. Brock's back foot slipped out from under him as Coots send this one in the air down the right field line, and it's just foul. Johnson gave it a good run, but it was slicing. Ended up right of the right field line. But that was a good swing there from Caden Coots. Coots has 3 hits and 16 at-bats. He's been the starting catcher for the Red Wings in the early going. Company off of third. McGough off of second. Orrego off of first. A 1-1 count on the batter, Caden Coots. Coots 1 RBI on the season. Again, looking to cash in here for the Red Wings and even the score at the very least. Two-one. Fouled off his foot. 2-2. Garrett's 2-2 pitch, up and in. Count runs full. Again, nowhere to put the Red Wings catcher. Lefty, the long stare in. The payoff pitch is fouled off. Coots stays alive. Payoff once more. Wave and a miss. Coots down on strikes. The Red Wings strand the bases loaded and cannot scratch a run across to answer the Muckdogs here in the bottom of the first. After one, it's 1-0 Batavia. Here's Quintero getting his first look of the day at the righty Arno. First pitch swinging late on the fastball, 0-1. First two pitches to Quintero, both fouled away. Arno looking to work quickly and pick up his first strikeout of the day. Righty rocks and deals. This one is sent deep in the air out to right field, and it is gone. A leadoff homer in the top of the second for James Quintero. 2-0. Batavia just scraped over the right field wall. A homer on an 0-2 pitch. Arno says, my bad, and Coots and Arno going to talk it over, and he got all of that one. first homer of the season hit here at McDonough Park. And this season, it's Quintero that has the honors. And in full transparency, folks, I am rooting for the Redwings here as the home broadcaster. I would have liked to see it been in a red cap, for sure. Nonetheless, 2-0, the advantage for Batavia here early. 1 ball and 1 strike on Miles Manel. First homer of the season allowed by Arno. Two balls, 1 strike. Manel batting .333 across 21 at-bats. Great front door slider from Arno. Caught Manel off guard, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Able to hold up on that pitch. Good changeup, and the count is now full at 3-2. Arno's payoff. Missed low and away, so a walk to Manel. Brian Johnson stepping up to the dish. A man on first, nobody out. Brian Johnson takes the first pitch low and away for ball 1. Johnson is hitless in his first 8 at-bats. He's got 9 plate appearances and 1 walk to 3 strikeouts. The 1-0. Missed upstairs, 2-0. Up and in, 3-0 to Johnson. And you really don't want to lose Johnson here. This is the bottom of the lineup for the Muckdogs. Arno just has not had his usual command so far in the early going. 3-0 pitch. Missed outside. A 4-pitch walk to the 8-hole hitter. And that brings up Landon Hugh. Brian Johnson picks up his 2nd walk of the season, and Arno walks his 2nd batter consecutively here. Second time that Coots has gone out to the mound to visit Arno. Runners take off, double steal. Coots throws it into left field. Popping up is the runner from third, and almost a spectacular play over there by Bermudez as Briggs fired it into third to try to cut down Johnson, but Johnson's slide forced the ball out of the glove, and a run comes home to score. Now 3-0 Batavia with a runner on third, nobody out. Second run of the inning for the Muckdogs. Infield drawn in for the Redwings. 0-2 the count on Hugh. Arno's 0-2 pitch is lined down the left field line and foul. Hugh just 2 hits and 7 at-bats. RBI opportunity here with nobody out and a man on third. Just missed outside. Coots pleading his case for Arno. Home plate umpire not having any of it. That one just missed. I mean, that's right there on the corner. A beautiful backdoor slider with the count even at 2-2 on Hugh. Arno missing arm side with the fastball. Count full 3-2. This one skied in the air deep to center field. McGough ranging back, and it's over his head. Johnson scores from first, and Hugh into second with a stand-up double. 4-0, Batavia. So here's Cooper Russell. 3 runs scratched across here in the top of the second. Still nobody out. A slide step. Fastball in there for a strike. And that's a tough one you got to deal with if you're Arno. You started off the inning. You had the leadoff man 0-2. He hits a leadoff home run, golfs it to right field. And now 2 more runs have scratched across on top of that. And right there, he could have had a strikeout. Looked like checks on the runner at second once again. Batavia, year in and year out, one of the best offensive teams in the entire PGCBL West or East Division. Their team batting average this season is over 300. Yes, you heard that right. Their team batting average. One in there for strike 2. They've scored 86 runs in the first 9 games of their season. And they're not 7-2 for no reason. 5-game win streak, looking to extend it here on the road in Geneva. And that pitch just missed up and in. The check to the field umpire. He did not go around. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Russell. Russell, the 10-hole hitter today for Batavia. Looking to pass the baton and get it back to Brooks, who's been this team's offensive superstar so far in this season. Count is full. Arno not able to find that put-away pitch. Still searching for his first strikeout. Uncharacteristically, that is. The 3-2. Missed outside. And third walk of the inning for Arno. Men on first and second. Top of the lineup coming up. Osei Sakota warming up in the bullpen for the Red Wings. It'll be a tough pill to swallow, though, for Arno and Geneva if Arno can't make it out of this inning, or at least limit the damage. Still nobody out, 2 men on. Glenn Brooks got everything started for Batavia. He doubled in his first at bat, and this time he squares around to bunt, lays down one perfectly, and everybody's safe. Unreal touch by Glenn Brooks to load the bases. And here is Jackson Inman, who already has an RBI hit today. If you're Coots there, the catcher, you got to take that ball and fire it right away to be able to have any chance, but he elected to see if it would go foul. Just a perfectly placed bunt by Brooks. And as talented of a hitter as the stat sheet tells us that he is, it's very odd that he decided to square around a bunt with a man in scoring position. But clearly worked out for him, and he trusts the guys behind him. Inman drove him in the first inning. Swing and a miss. 0-2 to Inman. Inman does not strike out very often. Just 1 in his first 9 at-bats. 13 plate appearances. Arno looking for his first of the game. The righty rocks and deals. Misses outside. 1-2. Sun now hidden by some overcast clouds out there in left center field. Corners in for the Red Wings. 1-2 pitch. Missed outside. 2-2. Went with the slider. Didn't have any bite. The 2-2. Again misses with the slider. Missing arm side, high and away. The count is full. Nowhere to put Inman. The payoff pitch is slapped into left field, and it's a base hit. 1 run scores. Briggs throw cut off by Bermudez, and he slides in safely. Does Russell. 2 run scores. 3 RBIs in the early going for Jackson Inman. Batavia leading 6-0. Inman comes through on 3-2 and scores 2 more runners. This is a 5-run inning for the Red Wings. Arno clearly unhappy with himself and his performance early in this contest. And he's going to come out of this game. Osei Sakota into the game now in relief of Arno. No outs recorded here in the second. Arno responsible for both runners on right now. He's allowed 6 runs so far on 6 hits. Not all of those earned. One of those came on an error. So here is Evan Brock getting his first look at Osei Sakota, righty for the Red Wings. Sakota, 3.86 ERA in 3 appearances, 2 1/3 innings pitched, just 1 run allowed, 2 walks to 3 strikeouts. Brock squaring around early, and Coots couldn't handle it back there behind the plate again on the transfer. So double steal attempt successful for the Muckdogs. 2 more men in scoring position for Batavia. And now the infield forced to be drawn in for Geneva. Looking to limit any further damage. This one skied in the air out to deep right center field. McGough giving it a look, but it's long gone. A 3-run home run for Evan Brock. Takes it out to the deepest part of the park, and it is 9-0, Batavia. Second homer of the game for Batavia, and I cannot believe how far that went. I thought it was going to be a routine fly ball for McGough out there in center, but just absolutely hammered into the tree line over the Massa Construction sign. Eight runs here in the inning. There's still nobody out, but Sakota now has a fresh start, no men on base. Both of those runs now attributed to Arno's final line. 2 out of the 3, I should say. One of those to Sakota. Arno's final line is 8 runs on 6 hits, 1+ innings of work, no strikeouts. Sakota may be a little bit rattled from giving up that deep shot. Oppo Taco for Brock. Three 3-0 the count. Let's see if the cleanup man has the green light. And he does, but he elects to check his swing and threw the bat away. Never want to show up the umpire, especially in a blowout game of this fashion. The 3-1. Missed low and outside, so a walk to Socorro. The Muckdog train keeps on rolling, and that brings up Cooper Romick. First pitch from Sakota to Romick is in there for a strike. Wave and a miss. Tipped into the glove of Coots. Couldn't catch up to the fastball. Behind 0-2 to Sakota. Batavia came into the contest scoring 12 runs a game on average. They're on track to do that and more here in this one with 8 runs across in the top of the second and still nobody out. Sakota looking for the put away. And slap down the left field line, but just narrowly foul, off the batter Romick. Still 1-2. Sakota comes set. Fakes the throw over forces Socorro to get his laundry dirty. And, yeah, you've got to throw over. You can't fake the throw to first on the pickoff. You're taught that at a very young age. You have to throw over when you step off like that. So a balk allows Socorro to move up to second. And the main pressing issue is Romick at the dish behind 1 and 2. This one is sky high into deep left center field. McGough giving chase, and he's under it. Socorro will tag from second and head to third. The first out of the inning finally recorded here for the Red Wings. A man on third with 1 out. Here is James Quintero. And Romick, although he just missed that one to a few steps in front of the warning track out there and left, he's telling his teammate who stands on deck, I believe that is Landon Hugh, telling him something about the breaking ball versus the fastball. Looked like he was talking about Sakota's arm slot, that you can pick it up. This one is popped up way under it. Was Quintero, but out of play. Sakota's 2-1. Breaking ball missed low, 3-1. Walked him. Here's Miles Monell. I believe this is going to be the third mound visit of the inning by Coots. More of a talk with his infielders being the field general than it is for Sakota. Socorro off of third. Quintero off of first. Sakota checks on him over there at first, to no avail. Red Wings looking for anything to fall their way in this nightmarish second inning. This one, broken bat, dribbled to short, 6-4. 3, double play. Great turn there by Gamble at second, and the Red Wings finally out of the top of the second, but not before the Muckdogs smash 2 home runs and score 8. It is 9-0. Batavia with Geneva coming up to the dish. So here's Michael Ucci getting his first ups of the day for Geneva. Walter Garrett in his second inning of work, and he had a long layoff when the Muckdogs put up 8 in the top of the frame. And a lot of the times you'll see a starter struggle to find his zone again after such a long layoff like that, although he surely won't complain about staring up at a 9-0 lead to work with. Absolutely takes a lot of the pressure off of a starter when you look up and know that the game as it stands currently is out of reach. There's that command struggle. Not that he had astute command to start the game, but able to work into and out of a jam in the top of the first. Strand 3 base runners. The 3-0 to Michael Ucci. 4-pitch walk to start things off for the Red Wings. Here's Gonzalo. Ucci, not a lot of speed, now standing on first. Here is Gonzalo. Red Wings not quite through their lineup one time over quite yet. And Gonzalo squares around. Garrett skied it. And Ucci rounding second. Thought about third, but he's in there with a pass ball stolen base. Pass ball now. It was more like a wild pitch. I mean, that one was way out of reach for Socorro. Gonzalo squares around again, takes low, 2-0. Takes low again, 3-0. right down the middle, but just below the zone from Garrett. Had a little zip on that left-handed fastball. Uchi dancing off second. Garrett comes home on 3-0. Missed outside. 8 pitches, 2 walks for the lefty Garrett. And here is Christian Bermudez getting his first ups here at home, I believe, in the 2026 PGCBL season. Red Wings going to have to scratch and claw their way back into this one. No better time to start than now. Going to need to start early if they want any hope of getting into this contest again. Bermudez squared around a bunt, pulled it back. Quintero got some cardio in on the play. Quintero in on the grass. Squares around again, does Bermudez. Garrett, now 10 straight balls. Nothing going out there in the Muckdogs bullpen. Dylan Briggs stands on deck. Again squaring around. And now the throw down is picked there by the shortstop, Monell, to save Uchi from advancing to third. Snap throw to second. Don't see that very often. Garrett looking to avoid walking the bases loaded. And he does. 12 straight balls for the lefty. And the bases are loaded with the 10-hole hitter, Dylan Briggs, due up. Muckdog's going to talk things over. Not very often you see 12 straight balls, but that long layoff for Garrett clearly affecting the tall, lanky lefty, getting his mechanics straight once again. We've had a lot of mound visits here early in this one, folks. I mean, what are we? We're over an hour into the contest, and we are only through an inning and a half. Not too often you see this in baseball. Not too often you see eight runs put up in an inning either. But I digress. The Red Wings looking to answer here. A big opportunity for Dylan Briggs with the bases loaded and nobody out. Briggs takes low. Briggs batting just 111 in his first 6 games played, 4 of those being starts. 1 hit and 9 at-bats. There's the first strike for Walter Garrett. He had thrown 14 straight balls. Finally finds the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike to Briggs. Gonzalo off of second base, relaying signs to Briggs at the plate. Watch out for that if you guys can see that on the camera. I know it's quite zoomed out. Fastball coming according to Gonzalo. Here's the pitch. And it's low and inside. He walked him. Action now. Double barrel going out there in the Batavia bullpen. And back to the top of the lineup are the Red Wings. Here's Gamble. Red Wings on the board after the RBI walk for Dylan Briggs. "16 out of 17 pitches this inning from Garrett have been a ball." Gonzalo off a third, Bermudez off a second, and Briggs off a first. Batavia going to need to get some guys hot in a hurry. Bermudez not picking up whatever Gonzalo was off a second for Gamble. There's a strike. 2-1. Gamble, a switch hitter, laced one into the right center field gap. In his first at-bat, Brooks mishandled it. It was counted as an error, but he ended up at second on that one as he waves and misses on the breaking ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. First 2-strike count of the inning for Garrett. Bases loaded. Garrett's 2-2. Grounded up the middle and mishandled by the shortstop. Everybody's going to be safe. Monell had the glove down. Ball took a funky hop and rolled right up off of him. So here's Noah Company getting his second ups of the day. Company has some funky looking batting gloves on and then has an extra pair of batting gloves hanging out of his back left pocket. Have to ask what the superstition is behind that. As he takes up and in. 2-0. Strike on the outer third. 2-1 to Company. Low, 3-1. Again, nowhere to put the batter Company. Strike on 3-1. Company turned and looked at the umpire, threw his bat. Full count. looked like a strike from up here. Garrett's payoff. Dribbled, foul. It'll stay 3-2. Squibbed. Foul again. Payoff pitch coming again. And he missed low. Walked in another run, 9-3. And here comes Skip Martinez. Looks like that'll do it for Garrett. Shaking his arm in a funky way. Just not feeling good. Not able to find the zone after the long layoff in the top of the second when his offense went on a frenzy of scoring. So here at McDonough Park, score 9-3. Batavia leads in the bottom of the second. Relief pitcher coming in for Walter Garrett. All three men on base are his responsibility. We'll be right back. Landon Stoddard in relief for Batavia of Walter Garrett. He walked countless Geneva Redwings and never found it in the second inning. Stoddard's first pitch inside, ball one. Three men have come around to score in this inning, either because of an error or a walk. McGonough takes low. 3-0 is the count. Again, nowhere to put him. All three men on base.
are Garrett's responsibility. Stoddard, quick pitch on 3-0, walked him on 4 pitches, 9-4 Geneva. So here is Andrew Hossman, bases loaded, still nobody out. This looking eerily similar to the situation Batavia had the Red Wings at the mercy of. Stoddard missed upstairs, 5 straight balls for him since coming into the game. There's a strike. Lined and dropped. Plays it on a hop and 4-4-3 double play. Run comes home to score. Gamble scoring on the play. They'll trade 2 outs for the run. And here is CJ Orego. So here's CJ Orego with a man on third, 2 outs. Stoddard's first pitch to him is a strike. Orego behind 0-2. Yankees currently leading 3-1 over the White Sox at home in the Bronx. The White Sox have had quite the resurgent year. Bunch of young kids just smashing homers. Great stop back there by the catcher Socorro to save a run. Stoddard looking for the strikeout. And he gets it. Wave and a miss on the slider. Stoddard gets out of the inning, only allowing 1 run in relief of Garrett. But Garrett gave up responsible for 5 of those runs. The score is 9-5 between Batavia and Geneva. And it's an hour and a half into the game, and we are finally headed to the 3rd. Back here from McDonough Park, Brian Johnson leading off the top of the third for the Muckdogs. Johnson cracks one deep to left center field. Briggs giving chase, and it's going to be up against the wall. Johnson into second with a stand-up lead-off double. And I have a feeling we have not seen all of the scoring Batavia will do today. Great job by Geneva to get back into the game, take their walks, and scratch some runs across the board, put themselves back into this contest. But Batavia is just able to put up a flurry of runs, and this pitching staff for the Red Wings has had no answer so far for this dangerous lineup. As I told you guys earlier in the broadcast, Batavia averaging 12 runs a game in their first 8 contests. Their team batting average over 300. There's a strike on 1-0. Grounded to second. Gamble will check the runner, but Johnson got a good jump. So sacrifice ground out there allows the runner to move up to third. Infield drawn in for the Red Wings. Familiar sight so far in this contest. Narrowly missed. The 2-0. Missed low, 3-0. Sakota. Missed inside, 4-pitch walk. Men on the corners. And back to the top of the lineup. Here is Glenn Brooks. Brooks laid down the perfect bunt single last time around, and he loaded the bases. Muckdogs came around to score a bunch of runs. Let's see if the runner takes off from first with Johnson off of third. He elects not to. First pitch swinging, foul into the Red Wings dugout. Sakota checks Russell at first. Runner takes off. Coots throws through and not in time. The runner coming home and scoring. 10th run of the game for Batavia. Gamble was taken out at second. Not sure why we're throwing through on that one to allow the runner to come home from score. Out is not worth the run. Anyway, it's 10-5, Batavia. Strike three. Sakota dropped in the slider, front door breaking ball, his first K of the game. And there's one away in the inning. Here's Inman with 3 RBI in the early going. Two outs in the inning, folks. Scratch that, excuse me. First pitch swinging, foul. Sakota just missed low. 2-1. This one sky high, deep right center. McGough going back, looking up. Goodbye. Another homer, the third of the day for Batavia. The first of the day for Inman, his 5th RBI of the contest. Unreal stuff from this offense. And an even more dangerous hitter, Evan Brock, coming up. So after Jackson Inman's 2-run shot puts Batavia up 12-5, here's Evan Brock, who homered in his last at bat. He went to the same spot that Inman just followed suit, except he's right-handed, so that tells you about how much pop this kid has in his bat. Tommy Sheets now in relief of Sakota. His day is done. There's a strike from Sheets. The 2-1 pitch in there on the outside corner, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the third. Batavia scores 3 already. Here's the pitch. Tried to get Brock to expand the zone. Didn't budge. Full count. Sheets' payoff pitch is fought off into the seats. A payoff. Swing and a miss. Got him on the changeup to end the inning. Sheets comes in and ends the inning for Batavia, but not before they put up 3 and behind the towering 2-run drive off the bat of the lefty Jackson Inman, put them up 12-5. Here's Caden Coots. Red Wings trail by 7 against Batavia. Landon Stoddard into his second inning of work. Bounces the first pitch, and it rolls all the way up here to the booth. If the screen was open, I might have been able to snag it. Just missed on the fastball, 2-0. Out in front on the fastball, although it was high and away. That's a tough pitch to do that on. Fouled just to the right of the plate. Uchi stands on deck. Coots struck out in his first appearance. And now the count is even at 2-2. Stoddard worked back from down 2-0. Count is full on the leadoff man here in the bottom of the third, Coots. So Coots works the leadoff walk. Here's Uchi. Uchi takes the first pitch strike. That one just missed on the inside corner. 1-1. Swinging, dribbled back to the pitcher. Stoddard throws to second, but the second baseman's not covering. Not sure what that's all about. Able to reach on the fielder's choice is Uchi, men on first and second. Stoddard threw a strike over there to second, too. It's just a little bit of a boneheaded play by Russell. He was caught watching, being a spectator. Coots off of second, Uchi off of first. Gonzalo takes up strike on the outer third. This one is driven in the air deep to left field, and he's going to watch this one fly. A 3-run homer for Gonzalo, and it's 12-8 Batavia. First homer of the season here at McDonough Park for the Redwings, and looks like we're going to have a good old-fashioned brawl here between the Muckdogs and the Redwings. Redwings have a little bit of life, and he got every stitch of that baseball. And you could tell just off the sound of the bat that Gonzalo really got a hold of that one. And Landon Hugh out there in left didn't even give his pitcher the courtesy of turning and looking at it. This one popped up, shallow right field. Johnson puts it away. 1 out. So here's Briggs. Takes the first pitch for a ball. 4-run game again. Closest that the Red Wings have gotten the deficit since they scored 5 in the previous inning, as Briggs wraps this one foul. And Another pop-up induced by Stoddard. This one to the shortstop. Manel puts it away. 2 outs. Gamble takes inside. Really hit the ball hard from the right side. Now batting from the left against the righty, Stoddard. Line to left field. It hangs up for Hugh out there. So Stoddard finally retires the side, but he gives up 3 runs on a 2-run shot off the bat of Christopher Gonzalo. And the score, Batavia 12, Red Wings 8. Here's Joey Socorro. Takes the first pitch high. Did he go? No, he did not, says the first base umpire. What an odd game so far. So Sheets, after striking out the first batter he saw in relief of Sakota, now behind 3-0 to Socorro. Missed inside, 4-pitch walk to lead off the inning. The leadoff man aboard again for the Muckdogs. So here's Romick. Takes the first pitch high. A little bit of chirping from the Red Wings dugout at the home plate umpire. It's an absolute slugfest so far. Both teams with home runs. Batavia has 3, though. Socorro takes off. No, he's going to bluff, and a called strike on the pitch. 1-1 the count to Romick. I called every single home game doing play-by-play last season, and I never saw a Red Wings batter quite get a hold of one like Gonzalo did in the last inning. Very promising to see from your young shortstop. Sheets checks on Socorro. Nothing going. Sheets 1-1. Missed outside, 2-1. And a guy who had some serious pop and likely still does. I haven't checked up on him, but last year Zach Banks, who was named to the PGCBL All-Star team as a DH, he was a lefty with some serious thunder in his bat, and he only got one out of here all season long. Got it out deep to right field over the scoreboard, but Gonzalo just put an unreal charge into that one. Hugh just turned and watched it fly to cut the deficit to 4 runs once again. But the problem with the Red Wings today has not been plate discipline or scoring. It's been preventing runs and pitching well. Wrapped foul down the third base line. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Romick. Yankees currently leading 9-1 over the White Sox as Jazz Chisholm singles to right field. Ben Rice and Paul Goldschmidt with home runs on the day. The mentor and the mentee. Sheets misses outside. So back-to-back walks to start off the top of the 4th here for Batavia. And that brings up James Quintero. Nobody out. 2 men on. Quintero, the lefty, up to the dish, getting his first look at Sheets. Takes the first pitch strike. Just here in the top of the 4th as we approach nearly 2 hours of game time. 20 runs between the two teams. The home run by Gonzalo, looking up at the scoreboard, was just the first hit of the day for Geneva. So they scored a lot of their runs on walks and errors from Walter Garrett, the lefty who started the game and was taken out in the 2nd with the bases loaded, nobody out after walking in 3 runs. The 1-1. Just upstairs, 2-1. The long set, kicks and deals. This one popped up off the end of the bat. Gonzalo, a step into the outfield, puts it away for the first out. Beautiful sunset. Always some great views here at McDonough Park. Out in left center field. Sun tucking away behind the clouds and the tree line. Always beautiful this time of year in upstate New York. And I can't blame a lot of these fellas from traveling all over the country to play in the great Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. Never short of talent. Socorro dancing off of second. The 2-0. Grounded to third. Bermudez goes the short way, steps on the bag. Smart play. Second out. First pitch, swing and a miss. Can't catch up to the fastball. Johnson been productive today at the plate. And you can pretty much say that about up and down the lineup for Batavia. When you put up 12 runs, you're doing a lot of things right. 9 hits already in just 3+ innings. Johnson calls time. Step out, regain his composure. Missed outside, and the ball gets by Coots and goes all the way to the backstop. Now 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs for Johnson. A single will score 2 if it's well placed. Briggs, a good arm in left field. Two, 1. Missed low, 3-1. In there for a strike. Count full on Johnson. Didn't like the call. Certainly caught enough plate. It was a question of if it was below the zone or not. Home plate umpire thought so, and he has the final say. So 3-2 pitch coming here from Sheets to Johnson. The payoff. Walked him. Bases loaded. Landon Hugh coming up. Head coach Kyle French makes yet another call to the bullpen. Sheets' day will be done here, leaving with the bases loaded, responsible for all 3 runners on base. Geneva looking to hold it here with the deficit at 4. Batavia leading 12-8. We'll be right back here, folks. Here's Caden Brault, the pitcher in relief of Sheets, coming into a jam yet again for the Red Wings. Bases loaded, but 2 outs this time. Landon Hugh, a big spot, looking to pad this 4-run lead and stop the Red Wings from threatening any further. Only 1 frame in this game has gone scoreless. That was the bottom of the first when Walter Garrett worked into and out of a bases-loaded jam. Brault falls behind 2-0. The 2-0. Missed low, 3-0. See if Hugh has the green light. He does not, but don't know where that one missed. Walks home a run, 13-8. Batavia. 10-hole hitter Russell stepping up to the dish. There's a strike from Brault. Missed outside, 1-1. Head coach Kyle French. No, that's not head coach Kyle French.
Who is it?
Assistant coach Ben Buxton has now been thrown out of the game after arguing balls and strikes. The home plate umpire walking down the third base line wants absolutely nothing to do with him. And I understand the gripe, but I mean, you guys have the bird's eye view up here just as I do. That one was well outside. There have been some close ones, notably the one from R&O on 1 and 2 back in the second inning that was not called a strike and then led to the blow-up inning. But the damage has been done. Buxton thrown out of the game. Thank you, at Jim Bro in the chat. My apologies, a little bit deceptive on the name. I'll get it right from here on out. Bro gets the swing and a miss to Russell, 1 and 2. Bros 1-2. Called strike 3. Red Wings out of the inning without any further damage. But the Muckdogs able to put one on the board. They lead 13-8. So here is Noah Company. Red Wings trail by 5. Stoddard back out there for his third inning of work. Called strike on the inner third. some action out there in the bullpen for the Red Wings as Company lifts this one in the air into the seats down the left field line. Company pops it up. Could be in play over there at first base. Making a play on it is Quintero for the first out. McGough checks his swing. Takes low and outside, 1-0. Lay down the heater, 1-1. Stoddard, the slide step, pulled it, missed low and away, 2-1. Late again on the fastball. Able to catch a piece of it, though. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on the Red Wings center fielder. Nearly hit him. Count runs full. And that one is not a strike. They go. Works the walk to lead. Excuse me, not to lead off the inning. Now here's Hussman. Runner takes off from first to throw to second. Not in time. A stolen base for Connor McGough. Honestly, didn't get that great of a jump, but he's just so quick. Good to see some wheels on the base for Geneva. Socorro behind the dish threw a strike. Just too quick was McGough. Hossman lifts it in the air to left field, but it hangs up for Hugh. McGough forced to stay at second, 2 away. Stoddard has struggled to find and stay in the strike zone, but able to induce weak contact this inning. Squibbed with a little English on it over there at first, covering is Stoddard, and he's out of the inning, stranding a man on second base. 13-8 the score after 4. Welcome back here to Geneva, New York at McDonough Park. Caden Bro back out there for his second inning of work. Comes out firing. First pitch strike to the leadoff man, Glenn Brooks. The 1-1 pitch is fouled off of the shin of Brooks. Able to walk this one off. Maybe the shin protectant there on his frontmost leg, able to blunt the blow a bit. Clearly okay as he digs in again from the right-handed batter's box. Bro stares in from the windup. The pitch. Checks the swing, able to hold up. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. The 2-2. Missed outside. Count full. Bros payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Brooks can't catch up to the high heat. 1 away. Inman homered in his last at bat, and he lifts this one into the air. Briggs is there, 2 away. Great job there by Bro, retiring Inman on the first pitch. So here's Brock. He's got a 3-run homer today. He and Inman in the lineup both have 3+ RBIs on the contest. Breaking ball induced a pop-up. Houseman ranging in, and nobody's going to call it. Houseman covered a lot of ground but couldn't quite get there. Bermudez charged in from third, but, I mean, that's either got to be Bro on the mound, or Coots who calls that one off. And that's a tough play. Houseman over at first is nearly on the outfield grass. Somebody's got to call that. So another life here for Brock. Bro shakes off 3 times. Gets the sign. Kicks and fires. Great job by Brock to stay on the breaking ball. Able to plant the foot, not overextend or anything. A very balanced approach from the righty. Bro, quick pitching and misses up and in. Nearly smoked Brock. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch missed upstairs. Count even. Excuse me. We had it wrong here at the field. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch coming. The righty rocks and deals. Yank the fastball, and Brock works a long at bat and ends up on first base with a base on balls. Passing the baton to the cleanup man for Batavia, Joey Socorro. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. Can't catch up to the high heat. I'll tell you what, bro's got a very nice fastball. Clearly deceptive to the hitters. Problem here against Socorro is that he's got to locate it. Socorro clearly knows the zone very well. 3-1 the count to the cleanup man. Nick the bottom of the zone, and count is full. Payoff is popped up. Shallow left center. Called off is Gonzalez by McGough for the final out here in the top of the 5th. First scoreless inning put up by the Muckdogs, induced by some fine pitching from Caden Bro in relief. 13-8 the score. Batavia will go to the bottom of the 5th. Yeah. Inside out swing, shallow right field. Able to come in on it is Johnson to retire Coots. One away. So here's Gonzalo, who homered in his last at bat, a towering drive over the kangaroo sign out there and left. Uchi, grounder up the middle. It squeaked through past the diving try of Manel. Fouled away and out of play. Grounded to short. There's one. There's two. 6-4-3 double play. Second double play turn in such a fashion by the Muckdogs defense today. Ends the inning. Red Wings held scoreless for the second frame in a row. 13-8 Batavia over Geneva. Here's Bro back out on the mound for his third inning of work. Behind 2-0 to the leadoff man, Cooper Romick. Stays in there on the breaking ball. Fouls it off. 2-1. Missed below the zone. And he works a walk. Leadoff man aboard for Batavia. Name? Brooke. Roke. Now batting, number 24, Jalen Roke. Jalen Roke comes into the game batting .250 in 20 at-bats. 7 runs scored. 4 runs batted in. A singles guy for sure. Low slugging. Only 5 total bases with 4 hits. And a great stop over there by Houseman to keep it in front of him. Missed low and got under Coots' legs, allowing the runner to move up to second. Bros, 2-0 pitch. Wave and a miss. Another swing and a miss. Looked like a changeup from Bro. Evens the count at 2-2. The 2-2. Called strike 3. Went with the fastball. Clipped the top of the zone on the outside corner. 1 away. Painted there for the strikeout by Bro. Induces another swing and a miss. This time the victim, Miles Monell. May have framed that one out of the zone. The 1-1. There's it. It's fastball on the outside corner. Bro, 1-2. Foul tip, just got a piece of it to stay alive. Swing and a miss, back-to-back strikeouts. Blew the heater right past Manel. 2 outs. Romick currently stranded on second, looking for somebody to drive him in or move him over. Falls behind 2-0 on Johnson. They haven't picked off at second, but Gamble went for the tag before he had the ball. Oh, man, they had Romick hung up. Yanks the fastball on 2-0. 3-0 the count to Johnson. Taking all the way on 3-0. Fastball right on the outside corner. Great location. Three-one pitch plunked him. Fastball right to the side. That's got to hurt. So man on first and second, bringing up Landon Hugh. Fouled back here. Yo, 1. 1-1. Coots stops it to throw to third. Not in time. Johnson following behind. Another double steal for the Muckdogs. Always mischievous on the base paths. Pitch was a ball. 2-1 the count on Hugh. Missed outside with the fastball. 3-1. First base is open. Should he elect to walk Hugh here, not give him anything to hit, he could go at the 10-hitter Cooper Russell. Swing and a miss. Goes right at him. Count full. Johnson off a second. Romick off a third. The payoff. Just missed. Walked him. Bases loaded. So it looks like that's going to do it for Bro. Bullpen arm already walking in. Head coach Kyle French didn't give Bro a chance to plead his case. Bro saying something on the way by. The relief pitcher number 11. Now bear with me. Let me get the stat sheet up. Joshua Ailman. I'm not seeing a pitching appearance for him. This will be his first of the season. Joshua Ailman now into the game. And Ailman, this will be his season debut on the mound for Geneva. Ailman has 4 at-bats on the season as a hitter. That's been his only involvement so far. Dropped the arm slot down there in warm-ups. That was funky. Let's see if he does that here against Russell. First pitch from Ailman is high and away, 1-0.
There's a strike.
This one skied to center field. McGough settles under it for the final out of the inning. So able to work into and out of a jam that was inherited from Bro. Ailman throws up a scoreless third of an inning there in quite the pickle to strand 3 Muckdogs on base. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Geneva keeping this one interesting here in what is now creeping up on a 3-hour contest as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Not sure where that one missed. 2-1, the count on Bermudez, leading things off here in the bottom of the 6th. Stoddard still out there. Same pitch, not called once again. Stoddard's 3-1. Swing and a miss. Chased upstairs. Count full. And missed upstairs. Able to hold up on it that time. Works the leadoff walk. Briggs fouls it back. Healthy hack on that one. Bermudez dancing off of first. Stoddard fires home. And Briggs late on the fastball behind 0-2. Bermudez dancing and back in time. Bermudez was running, and the ball inside of first and off of it into right field. Bermudez, as the ball is kicked around in right field by Johnson, allowing Bermudez to easily pull up to third and back to the top of the lineup. Men on the corners, nobody out for the top of the lineup, J.C. Gamble. Swing and a miss. Briggs able to take off for second, unabated. So a stolen base for Briggs. Strike on the pitch. Stoddard missed outside, 2-1. Missing arm side. Can't quite find the zone here against Gamble. Bounced it, and it's past Socorro behind the dish. Here comes Bermuda as there's no play at the plate. Briggs advances to third. So a very productive walk. And here comes Skip. He'll make the call. The righty in the bullpen. Batavia leading 13-9. Geneva threatening here in the bottom of the sixth. One run across. No company due up. Back here at McDonough Park, Noah Company facing off for the first time in the game against Irwin's Blanche, number 30 on Batavia. Men on the corners, nobody out. Gamble takes off. Socorro snap throw to third, and nearly on the hidden ball trick. Oh, but he's hurt bad. Briggs is hurt bad. Grabbing at his knee. He was safe. Back into third, and Brock did a fake like the ball went into left field and completely deked Briggs, but he was able to get back into third in an agile way, really grabbing at that right knee. He is safe, but looking like he's going to need to come out of the game. Brock over there, obviously standing by. Never want to see somebody hurt in summer ball. I don't know. Yeah, that pitch was a ball, yeah. And Briggs is up and trying to jog it out down there on the third base line. Looks like he really wants to stay in this game. Play ball, he says. Now, if you're Briggs, you don't want to overdo it. Like I said, it's summer ball, but you got to respect the grit and toughness on display here for Dylan Briggs. So 2 men in scoring position for the Red Wings. Noah Company up, nobody out. Irwin's Blanche going to have to work out of a pinch. Red Wings trail by 4, looking to chip away here in the bottom of the 6th. Falls behind 2-0 on Company. Missed inside, 3-0. See if Company is swinging 3-0. He is not taking all the way. Still hitters count. The 3-1. Right there again. Same pitch. 3-2. Clipping the inside corner. That pitch is there. Umpire hugging the inside part of the plate too, so he's really got a good view at that. Blanche, 3-2. Slap down the left field line. Slices foul. Ailman getting a round of applause from his bullpen down there after walking in there. And now cheering on Company at the plate. The payoff. Hard hit, center field. Hangs up. Briggs tagging. And the play at the plate, there isn't one. So Briggs hobbles home and scores on the sacrifice fly. Red Wings within 3. Gamble stayed at second on the throw-in. Dylan Briggs finding a way to stay on the field and be productive, and still was able to use his speed to make it home on the sac fly. Swing and a miss. Right over the sinker or a changeup, one of the two. McGough didn't pick it up well. 1-1. I'm getting word from the other broadcast and our scoreboard operator as Irwin's Blanche deals a ball that the game right now is 12-12 between the Pilots and the Tarp Skunks. So crazy action here in the PGCBL tonight. It's not just here, folks. Painted on the outside corner from Blanche. Even at 2-2. Blanche, 2-2. Missed upstairs. Socorro fakes the snap throw to second. Payoff. Strike 3. McGough down looking. Gamble takes off. Socorro couldn't get it out of the glove. Stolen base. Gamble causing havoc on the base paths once again. Clearly his own decision. Smart base runner is Gamble proving to be in the early going here with the Red Wings. Houseman swings and misses over the changeup. 1-1. We've seen some great changeups today by both pitching staffs. High in the sky, left field. Hugh is there to put it away and end the threat. Gamble stranded on third. And Branch able to work out of any further trouble. Geneva, though, puts up 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th and pull to within 3. 13-10 the score. heading to the 7th. Squares around a bunt. Does Brooks here in the top of the 7th. Can't get it fair. Jaden Wannett now in left field for Briggs, defensive replacement. Ailman. Breaking ball pretty slow, but had a lot of spin on it. Can't quite catch the corner. 1-1 the count on Brooks. But that one is right there on the outside corner. Now he's ahead 1-2. Ailman proving to throw strikes. With the fastball, late on it, but out of play. The 1-2. Ground ball wrapped to short. Gonzalo on the backhand and gets Brooks by a step at first. One away. Nice play. The 1-1. Missed outside 2-1. Drops the slot, and Inman fouls it away. So we saw it in warm-ups. He is doing it in the game. Adds a bit of deception to the hitter. This one is over the top, just missed outside. Count is full. Looks like another player has been thrown out of the game. Not player, another member of the Geneva Redwings, I should say. This one happens to be a player. Number 33. Tommy Sheets, who came into the game earlier, has been thrown out. So what's important here is the hitter. Aylman, 3-2 count to Inman. The pitch. Hit him on the front side. Fresh count now to Brock. Brock hit a home run so long ago at this point, all the way back in the second inning, a couple hours ago at this point. A line drive over the corner in right center field. Probably went about 400 feet. Another hit batter, this one off the wrist of Brock. Not intentional by Aylman. Back-to-back hit batters. So he was filling up the zone with strikes before and now has seemingly lost it. Like the flip of a switch. Somebody up in the Red Wings bullpen. Nick Flipponi up and moving around. Brock really favoring that wrist where he was hit. Joey Socorro, one out. Men on first and second. Cleanup man. Takes inside. Check swing, foul, out of play. Drops the slot and shatters the bat. Squibbed over to first, but Houseman flips the glove, and now Aylman can't get it. It gets away. Now the throw comes to second. Gonzalo applies the tag, and Socorro is out at second, but a run comes home, and Brock advances all the way to third base, 14-10. Batavia, a man on third. When Romick steps up to the dish. Houseman looked like he couldn't decide if he was going to attack it or if somebody else was going to go for it. But Gamble was kind of out of the play, so things got messy, and the run comes home to score. 1-1 on Romick. Just missed upstairs on Romick. 2-1. Two-one pitch popped up in foul ground. Charging it is Bermudez, and he can't make the play. Two-two. Brock off of third. Ailman from the windup. The 2-2 pitch to Romick. Drops the arm slot. Called strike three. Painted on the inside corner. And Ailman strands the runner at third. Although a run came around to score on an error by the Red Wings defense, Ailman prevents any further damage. Red Wings still within striking distance. We'll head to the bottom of the seventh. Get up and stretch. It's the seventh inning stretch. Here's CJ Orrego stepping in against Erwin Blanche. Just missed. Hit off the hand. Oh, fastball. Rode up and in. Hit him right on the hand. He's able to get to his feet. Looks like he's going to shake it off. Youch. Leadoff man aboard. No pain, no gain. And this one gets by Socorro and allows the base runner to move to second. Orrego on second. Coots And a 1-0 count against Branch, excuse me. And called strike. Branch misses up and in. Swing and a miss on the same pitch that he just took. Evens at 2-2. Just tied Coots up on that pitch. What will Branch go to on 2-2? He has not shown an off speed in this count. And he doesn't go to it. Blows it right by Coots. One away. First pitch strike to Uchi. Branch misses outside. Uchi, a deep breath. Orrego, a short lead off a second. Branch fires home. Uchi fouls it back here. A little out in front on that one. Not a bad sign. Uchi's a good hitter. He'll dig in and have a long at-bat against you if you let him. Branch is 1-2. Great take. Uchi does not expand the zone. Second baseman shaded up the middle, covering the runner. Uchi takes outside. Great take. Just outside what the umpire has been calling off the plate all day. That is a great take. The payoff. Swats at it and gets a piece of it to stay alive. An emergency hack there by Uchi. And misses outside, does Branch. Uchi, what did I say? He works tough at bats. Men on first and second. And here's Gonzalo. Here's Gonzalo, 2 RBI on the day. Swing and a miss. Late on the fastball. asking his dugout if he was late on that pitch. Missed upstairs. Can't lay off the high cheese. Falls behind 1-2. The 1-2. Cracked down the line, but just foul. Put a good swing on it. The 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. Got him on the slider. 2 away in the inning. So the Red Wings trying to cash in on some of these base runners. Had 2 men on, nobody out. Just moments ago. Branch. Some chin music to Bermudez. 2-0 the count. Squares around a bunt, pulls back. The throw to second. Orrego, no slide in, but back safely. Pitch was a ball. Scoro made a good throw. We've seen him do that earlier in the contest. It's a very gutsy thing to do, but he clearly has trust in his arm and an accurate one to go along with it, so it's a good combination. Squares around again, able to pull back, and it was way inside. So 4-pitch walk to Bermudez. Look at this, the Red Wings. Something cooking. They have the bases loaded. Here's Jaden Wannett in the game for Dylan Briggs, who was injured on a throwback and a play at third base some innings ago, and was down on the field for quite a while. Was able to play through it and came home to score on a sacrifice fly. Showed a lot of grit, but then came out of the game, defensive replacement, promptly afterwards. As Wannett takes a strike, he's behind 0-2. Bermudez off of first. Uchi off of second, and Orrego off of third. Branch. The 0-2. Wannett able to hold up on that. The 1-2. Fouls it away. Branch looking to blank Geneva here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 men on, 2 outs. Wannett spits on it. Even at 2-2. Fouls it away into the seats. Pitch count creeping up for Branch. Tough at-bats taken here by the Red Wings in the bottom of the 7th. Really wearing down on Branch. Two-two. Popped up. Out of play into the seats again. Don't park your car there. Two-two once more. Missed outside. Count is full, and there's nowhere to put Jaden Wannett. The payoff. Fastball fouled away. Branch exasperated on the mound. Worn down. Every pitch high intensity here in this inning for Branch. And he has a chance to get out of this unscathed. 3-2. Missed upstairs. He walked in. What an at-bat by Jaden Wannett. Orrego comes home to score. 14-11. Batavia. Here's Gamble batting from the left side against Branch. Gamble had a great at-bat before as well. Got on base. Caused some havoc on the base pass. This one is high and deep into right center field. At the track, at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. 1 run scores. 2 run scores. Wannett around all the way from first to score. The game is tied at 14. A bases clearing double for J.C. Gamble. Unreal.
Umpire is currently discussing if it went over the yellow line and hit the massive construction sign out there. If it is indeed a home run. No. That's bad, man. That's the wrong call. And head coach Kyle French out there protesting his case. The yellow line, if you play it in the majors, for example, at Comerica Park in Detroit, they have a similar wall like that where there's a yellow line, and if it hits over that line, then even if it comes back into play, it's a home run, and I think that's the wrong call there. So Gamble stands on second. Game still tied for the Red Wings. Gamble takes off for third. The throw, not in time. A stolen base for Gamble. What a game he's having today. I mean, really, all smiles for JC. He's gonna try to take home one way or the other. What a game. Company, awkward swing, nicks it, behind 0-2. And Branch laboring out there on the mound. Action, a lefty out there in the Batavia bullpen. This one is going to loop into center field and hang up. Oh, man. Just hung up for Brooks out there in center field. So instead of going ahead, the Red Wings tie it up, scoring 4 in the bottom of the 7th. J.C. Gamble, a bases clearing double. We are all tied up here in what's creeping up on a 4-hour game at McDonough Park. Roque taps it out in front of the mound. Lipton going to have to make a miraculous athletic play. He's called out at first. What a play, Max Lipton. Pitchers are athletes. Unreal, off his back foot. Now batting is Jalen David. Excuse me. Had a sneeze. Count is 1-1 on David. Lipton. Fastball is driven into center field. A diving snare out there in center field. Nice play by McGough. Lipton deals a strike. Same pitch. 0-2 on Johnson. Yo, 2. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by him. And ends the inning. He's fired up. Strutting off the mound. Redwings out of the dugout. Throw up a 0 right after you tie the game in a miraculous way. That's a way to do it. 14s going to the bottom of the 8th. So Dean Oshide now in the game, and Connor McGough wraps one inside of the foul line down the left field line. He's going to have to hold up at first.
with a single to lead things off. Red Wings right back at it. Here's Andrew Hausman. Here's Hausman taking low for ball one. Foul tipped. 1-1. Oshide deals low. Fouled away. 2-2. Full count now on Hausman. Payoff. Called strike three. Breaking ball. Back door. Hausman down on strikes. One away. Runner. The pickoff attempt goes into left field, and now trying to stretch it all the way to third is McGonough, and he's into third. Crafty base running. I mean, he ran the risk, and it paid off. Sometimes baseball happens. Geneva dugout is really fired up. I'm sure you guys can hear it off of my broadcast microphone. Backdoor slider from Oshide. There for a strike. And Orrego agrees with the umpire. Infield drawn in for Batavia. Oshide comes to the plate. Missed upstairs. 28 runs combined between the teams. Geneva just 4 hits on the game, has 14 runs. Wave and a miss. 1-2. One-two pitch to Orrego. Fights off the breaking ball. These are some of the grittiest at-bats I have ever seen in a baseball game. Up and down the Red Wings lineup. And somehow only 4 hits for 14 runs. The 1-2. Foul ball into the home bullpen. Still 1-2. Bounced it. Four-hour game mark now as we reach 10:30. Bottom of the 8th, 2-2, one out. Runner on third. The pitch is low. Full count. The payoff. Wrap. Foul. The 3-2. Missed inside. He walked him. Another grinded out at bat by the Red Wings offense. And here's Caden Coots as Skip comes out to the mound. I don't think he's made the call yet, but there it is. So Oshide will head to the dugout. Men on the corners, one away. New pitcher for Batavia coming up. So here is Coots against Woodley. Swinging tip off the chest protector of the catcher, or maybe the umpire, rather. Eric Woodley
8 2/3 innings pitched, allowed 4 hits, 2 unearned runs, no earned runs. He's walked 2, struck out 9. And he has 1 save on the season. Swing and a miss. Coots down on strikes on 3 pitches. Woodley, an interesting set position before or rather, holding on to the ball, getting his sign. So Woodley clearly been a reliable arm for them all year long to this point. Let's see if the Red Wings can break through and break that stretch. As Uchi swings and misses. 0-2.
Geneva. The sound goes over to the left side. It's all Muckdogs chanting now.
Gets his sign. Runner takes off. Pitches high. Socorro fakes the throw. McGonough wasn't fooled, so stolen base for Orrego. The 1-2. Hits him on the arm. Uchi loves it. And so does the dugout. The bases are loaded.
Just like that, that sound goes back.
Bases loaded. Red Wings looking to break through against Batavia's reliable arm. Gonzalez swings and misses. 0-1. Gonzalo leaned on one what felt like an entire game ago. And the Red Wings need it to be him here in the bottom of the 8th. Takes outside. 1-1. Two and 1. Painted inside corner. Gonzalo knows it. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Woodley's pitch. Missed. Narrowly outside, full count. Bases are loaded. The count is full. Gonzalo, a homer already in this game. Looking to break through against Eric Woodley. His payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Gonzalo down on strikes. And Woodley escapes the jam. Everybody's out of the dugout for the Muckdogs. Tied up at 14. Scoreless frame here in the 8th. The first time since the 5th. And that's the only other one in the entire game.
Evenly divided between the two teams. Batavia Muckdogs, Geneva Redwings tied. Heading to the top of the ninth.
Josh Litsky now in the game. He's been extremely reliable for the Red Wings in his appearances thus far. Here's Landon Hugh leading off in the top of the 9th. Square at 14. A back and forth game. Geneva once trailed 9-0. Josh Litsky looking to throw up a 0 and blank Batavia in consecutive frames on their way to a victory in the bottom of the inning, or at least to give themselves a shot. Painted outside corner. 1-1. About a ball off the plate. He's been calling that, I would say, semi-consistently. The 1-1. Fouled away. 1-2. Just one walk this season for Litsky as the count evens at 2-2 on the 9-hole batter, Hugh. Litsky, 10 strikeouts on the year, looking for his 11th. Swing and a miss. Got him on the high fastball, 1 away. First pitch to Russell. Dropped out of the glove. Call the ball. Fastball. In there.
Some heat behind it will go over the plate for strike one, 1-1 count.
Lined up the middle, and no play for Gonzalo into center field. A one-out single. And the Muckdogs have something cooking here, down to their final 2 outs.
That single, that could be a huge starting pattern.
Now batting, number 20, Glenn Brooks.
Reach sixth, go around. Batting lineup.
Brooks going through his routine, trying to settle himself down. High-intensity spot here. This has been an arduous game. Litsky misses low. Coots keeps it in front of him. Jim Bro in the chat. There's not much of a crowd here. There's about there's about 5 people here. So it's really the players and coaches that are giving the game some life. And I can't say I blame him. It's almost 11 o'clock. Litsky's 1-0. Just missed upstairs.
Just barely not outside the box, 2-0 count. Pitch delivery from Litsky.
Missed upstairs. 3-0. On the leadoff man, Brooks. Let's see if he's got the green light. And he missed. Up and in. 4-pitch walk. Men on first and second. Litsky not helping himself at all. That's his only his second walk issued of the season. Litsky missing arm side, 2-0.
The outside part of the box, 2-0.
Falls behind 3-0.
Stairs, 3-0. Not boding well so far. That's 7 straight. 7 straight balls.
Inman settling in, crowding the plate. Hands over the inside part right now. The 3-0. And Litsky again missed arm side. 8 straight balls. Bases loaded. 1 out.
Last thing right now that Batavia's
Evan Brock, who had a homer way back when, has a chance to break things open here for the Muckdogs once again.
3-run homer early.
This is the beautiful thing about baseball. You cannot run out the clock. You've got to play every single out. And both teams have earned it so far. Tie game, 14s here in the top of the 9th. Litsky, first pitch on Brock is a strike.
8 straight pitches being balls. Now moves the count 0-1.
Oh, and 2.
Swing and a miss from Evan Brock. Count now. 0-2.
Bases loaded.
Seems to find some comfort.
Litsky looking for a ground ball or a strikeout.
Feels
Gets a ground ball to first. Diving play by Houseman. Nobody's covering first. Litsky got caught lacking. And coming around to score on the grounder is Russell. So the Muckdogs take the lead back.
just like that.
Another lead change in this game. If it couldn't get any crazier.
Exactly that. He was moving to the outfield, like you said, to be the cutoff. Didn't realize that Osman knocked that one down. But Joey Socorro now at the bat. Still it's the same situation, 1 out. 3 runners on, bases loaded.
Not out of the water yet.
Calling ball number 1, Socorro.
Cracked into left field. Caught on a line. There is Wanted. The throw to home. Not in time. Another run comes home. A sacrifice fly for Joey Socorro. It is 16-14. They lead by 2. Jalen Roque.
Situation of bases loaded, 2 outs. See if that plays to his cards.
In there for a strike. Roque swings and misses, chases out of the zone. 0-2. Now, Litsky has been working ahead of these batters. 0-2 in the last 3 batters he's faced each time. Looking to end things for good here. Strand the bases loaded. Nearly hit Roque. Brushed up inside. 1-2.
Shimmy out of the way. Kind of bringing them to 2-1. I mean, so far for the Batavia Muckdog offense. More damage might be catastrophic. Litsky against Roque. 2. That's off. Re-engages.
The 1-2. Missed low. And stays close by. Scoots away just narrowly for Coots.
No go. No one does. Still loaded 2-2 count.
Fouled away. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Fouled, out of play.
Count still 2-2.
Thanks for the comment, Bill. I appreciate that. Litsky having a little bit of trouble, and he's going to say it's a violation, so a ball awarded to the batter. 3-2 the count, because he stepped off too many times. He did receive a warning. The umpire let him know. I thought he gave him a 1 left, though. It's an interesting call. So now it's all on the line. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 9th, 2 runs across for the Muckdogs. Litsky rocks and deals. Roque stays alive.
All for good reason. He wants to add to this lead.
We'll do it again. Runners take off. Fouled off. What a battle between Litsky and Roque.
Count payoff. See if he's saying that changes anything.
3-2.
Payoff.
Broken bat popped up. Gamble there. Can of corn. And the end of the inning there as Litsky avoids any further damage, but he gives up 2. And the Red Wings getting their last ups of the game unless they tie.
No more damage done, but the Batavia Muckdogs hang on to a 2-run lead.
Here is Christian Bermudez. The 9-hole hitter will be 9-10-1 due up in the bottom of the 9th for the Red Wings. First pitch, swing and a miss on the heater from Woodley. Looking for a 5-out save. Just missed outside, 1-1. Takes low now, does Bermudez. 2-1. Now Woodley misses upstairs. 3 balls in 1 strike. Strike. 3-2. Woodley gets his sign. Swing and a miss. 1 away. Bermudez down on strikes. Here's Jaden Wannett. Worked a great at bat last time up at the dish. Came around to score on the Gamble bases clearing double. First to home. Asks the umpire, is that the top of the zone? One. 1-2. Want it up against it. Woodley deals on 1 and 2. Strike 3. Painted at the bottom of the zone. 2 away. Top of the order. Red Wings down to their final out. J.C. Gamble, the last hope to keep things alive for the Red Wings. First pitch misses upstairs. Swing and a miss, tipped into the glove, 1 and 1. Takes the pitch, clips the inside corner. Doesn't agree with the call. 1 and 2, the count. Red Wings down to their final strike. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on the fastball. Strikes out the side to complete the 5-out save. What an insane back and forth game we had here at McDonough Park tonight. 16-14 the final. The Batavia Muckdogs are victorious after 4 hours and 39 minutes of runtime during this game. Just 9 innings, 4 home runs between the two teams. I mean, that's a heck of a contest between these two teams. 16-14, the final score. The box for Batavia, 16 runs on 10 hits, 3 errors. The box for Geneva, 14 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. Unreal game, and head coach Kyle Wood and Evan Brock meet up at home plate after the game. Brock was a member of the Pilots last year, and Kyle and him know each other well. Yeah. What a hard-fought game. Just absolutely grinded out game. It was a pleasure to call this game and have the honor to have your ears for over almost 4.5 hours on this Tuesday evening. Your final score, 16, Batavia. Geneva, 14. Talk soon.